Alright guys, back in the studio doing another live stream. All the parts are dry from last night. Other parts got to sand and work on. Fixing this one up right now. Had some overspray issues and got a bunch of dust on it because I dropped it, so I'm going to wet sand it down, let this dry, and this one will be ready to throw into some silicone and make a master part out of. Yeah. I got some gloves up here that I'm still using, buddy. More epoxy sculpt. If you want to use any of them, they're not too dirty.
So what do you think this is resin?
No, it's plaster. I get it to room temperature. Let it sit out for 10 minutes.
Hmm?
Let it sit out on a table for 10 minutes. You get the room temperature, so there's no moisture issue. Hopefully.
What did you say? Well, I'm gonna put it before.
Oh yeah,
I think I wanna.
just work with it.
I think I really wanna take off the head like over.
All right. Yeah, I think that'll be fine for that actually.
I go big with you. Might need the Dremel for the
Go ahead. Yeah, it's right over there.
like the. We have like a little short too, no? Like you were using yesterday.
Here we go. I wanted the finer blade if you need it, but that one works pretty well. Mice is also here tonight. He's working on some stuff.
He's so bad. Like I should record this. Like
I'm sorry the whole time.
he's like,
Can I share with you what you're working on, or you want to keep it a secret?
well, we saw yesterday.
All right, we showed the design yesterday, so if you saw it yesterday, then you know.
I hope you don't have so many people that like this with you.
I hope not. Unfortunately, we got to get rid of the Jesus head for a project, but my niece is a little nervous about it. Got a new head. I'm sure it'll be okay. Yeah, we're just watching, getting all like the sanding done now on this part. It's pretty much ready now. All the work we did last night really paid off. Even though I dropped it last night into a bunch of dust, we now have a nice flat surface. There's no pits or dents or anything like that. Just gonna go around on both sides a couple times, hit the edges, around these corners, and we're just gonna feel for anything else. We have another primer I'm gonna hit this with after. It's a really nice automotive etching primer. It's got like a high fill to it. So Mice had a can at the apartment. We're gonna use that on a lot of the models tonight. It's the SEM primer, SEM primer. It's like a filler spray, specifically meant for filling in deep voids and dents and scratches and stuff like that. So, and you can see all the gross slime. I also have the legs, the foot, and the arm basically ready to go. Got to do some sanding on that stuff in a little bit using a file and some really coarse sandpaper to get the shape. And then we'll go back over it with some more epoxy sculpt.
I'm sorry. Oh my lord.
Eventually, if you guys like the live streams, I'll try to find a way to do a setup like I had last time. There's like music, and I can look at a screen and see what you guys are typing as it's going on. But definitely, if you're liking the video, or you know anyone else that's into designer toys, or you're interested in making designer toys, definitely feel free to share the video with them. Definitely helps out having a lot of people here. Makes the conversation more fun. Okay. I'm going to clean this part off in some clean water. This bucket is officially too dirty to work with right now. So I'm just going to drain this into like the waste bucket of water.
This is so hard to cook. You don't want to die?
Is it made of stone? It's probably made of gypsum, buddy.
I think it's the white.
Plaster?
Yeah.
Maybe. Or it could even be ceramic. Probably fired it. That's why it's so hard to cut through. All right, fresh bucket of water. Put the part here. Just give it a quick little rinse off. That looks pretty good.
Oh.
Got it off?
Yeah.
Not bad. Yeah, that looks like almost like a ceramic, but it's gotta be a plaster or like a super strong resin. Save that head. It'll be good for another project.
I'm gonna put it in the body of Godzilla.
To make a Nickelback action figure. The lead singer or whatever, he looks like a fucking idiot. Alright, just checking the part now. Looking pretty good. Don't feel any imperfections. This looks pretty smooth. I kind of want to sand this down a little bit more. There's a bit of a hard edge. So we're going to do that real quick. We'll probably just wet sand that down with some 150. I'm going to hit it with a primer again after this one final coat for this part. So it's all the back and forth like this when you do the modeling method. We'll switch on to more parts and components in a little bit. I'll show you what I did last night. This is the hand that I built the plastic structure out of with the styrene plastic. We're gonna sand this down and refine it, make it as symmetrical as possible, make it nice and round, and do the fingers and whatnot, and then attach the peg system along with the sleeve. So it'll sit just like that. That'll go inside where the sleeve is, and we'll be able to paint the parts or cast the parts individually. So I don't have to sculpt them twice.
It doesn't smell like the whiting. I think it's like a little stone or something, eh?
It's gotta be, yeah, it's gotta be ceramic.
Smell it.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's gotta be like a ceramic or something. So we got the same again. Alright, sanding sponge. Sanding that down rough. It feels pretty good. We're just gonna polish it down again. And then this part's ready for its final coat of primer. And then going into silicone molding. We'll make a mold box for this one. This is gonna be probably a 2-part mold. To make it really simple and easy. Right. That's pretty good. So this is gonna go air dry real quick. Let air dry for about 10 minutes. And after that, we'll be able to hit it with the final coat of primer. One final polish sanding if it needs it, which it might. And then I'll make a mold for it. It's gonna be a complex mold because it has this center hole in here. So I'm gonna try to come up with a solution with that using a little like bolt peg method to keep the mold closed, keep it secure. So that's one part. This is the old body design that was basically perfect already. Just needs to be wet sanded down, this primer coat, and a couple small blemishes sanded and grinded very lightly. And this will also be ready for making a mold. I also reposted the character that I'm sculpting. If you guys want to check that out, it's on my Instagram. Same as my YouTube channel at Wolfpits. You can see it in the story. Just posted it. That's what I'm working on. Alright, just gonna clean this up. Could blow bubbles with it.
What?
I was just blowing bubbles with it. It was great. Alright, we have the inside, which I just forgot about, so I'm gonna tackle that really quick. Did I not bring the box of all the stuff? I think I might have left the box at the apartment. Well, that sucks. Left, I think, all the super glue that I just got in today in the mail. I think that I left it at the apartment.
No, you didn't.
I think I might have. I might have done it, yeah. Might have left it. What a bummer. That's alright. I gotta take a quick 15-minute break, go run and grab it, come back, run back as fast as I can. Alright, that's that part done. The other one's done as well. They feel like polished glass, which is kind of what I want for this one, so this one's good to go. I'm gonna go set this off to air dry as well before priming it. Wash them with some dish soap and some water, some clean water, and we'll be ready for that. Alright, on to the next part that I was working on, which are the legs, the arms, and a little like sleeve cuffs. So for the leg, I got the sheet right here that I started. Built the form around it out of plastic with some styrene plastic, and then I sculpted some of this Aves epoxy sculpt on top of it. And I'm just gonna keep sanding this down with a rougher sandpaper, probably this 150, with a sanding block, trying to get to that plastic and shape it and form it and all that. The main goal is to find the center point. I added a lot of extra material just so I could have a little bit of a safe zone to practice shaping this out. And right where the white is, that's kind of like where I can go, like all the way to the outside. So plenty of room. All right, so I actually sanded around the form here. You can kind of see I'm following the white plastic edge and sanding the shape of the actual point of the shoe. It's looking pretty good. Just gonna keep sanding around it, going between like a sanding stick and actual sandpaper using 150 grit. You can also use a file, which will take off a decent amount of material. works better when it's dry. All right, that's 1 foot. Got the shape. We're gonna do the curve now, and try to round this out a little bit more. We'll do this probably with sanding stick again. Just slowly knocking down the edges on both sides. Nice. How's your sculpture coming?
I'm waiting.
Waiting. All right, using the 120 grit. This is taking too long. This stuff is really hard to sand smooth, so it takes a little while, a lot of work, just to get to the form you want. So take your time when you sculpt to get it as close as you can. I got it pretty close, but there's still a lot of work to do on it. This is definitely too pointy as well. I want to round this out a little bit. Grab my pencil and mark how round I want it. All right, so I got to sand that off right there. Using a 150 grit, a little bit of water. All right, got it basically down there. Now we're just gonna carve it off. Gonna make another sanding stick. So to make a sanding stick, this is actually pretty easy. A popsicle stick, get some rubber cement. You can also use like double-sided tape or like a spray adhesive, but I think the rubber cement works best. All right, so literally just putting glue right on there over the whole thing. Try not to get too many big globs of it, if you can help it. All right, put that off to dry. Takes like a couple minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. This piece here, this is still pretty dry, so that's fine. We'll cut off the part that's wet, because we don't need that. Figure out how long this needs to be. Okay. And you want to put rubber cement on this as well and let it dry. You can also do this with plastic or wood or whatever, if you have a preference of like block style. I will let those dry for a couple minutes, and then when they're dry, that's when you actually stick these together. That's how these work. And I'm also going to do this sanding block and make a nice sanding block with a couple different grits while we're waiting for that to dry. So we'll do a block with the 120, the 150, 200, and maybe all the way up to 300. That's it. If you want something that's removable, you only need to glue one side. But if you want it to have a more permanent bond, something you can even get wet without it peeling, you want to do both sides and let it dry. That's what this is. This is a regular popsicle stick. It's soaking wet, but the sandpaper's not going to come off because the glue is water resistant. But if you're just trying to do like one side that you can remove, just stick it down as it's drying before it dries completely, like this, and you have a removable bond. That's a little too dry. So you can actually peel it off and remove it. All right, that's perfect. This is ready to go, and I will be able to sand all the edges down and kind of follow this groove a little bit better with more control. All right, so you can kind of see I'm met up with the plastic at this point that I put in underneath. Now I need to bevel these edges and slowly work them into more like a rounded shape like I want. I'm gonna take a little bit more off the top to flatten this out, and then figure out where we're gonna do the cut on the back. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm just doing my best to make this as symmetrical as possible.
I didn't take it out yet.
No, I just want to show them this. All right, quick little Mais trick tip here. Gotta mold the head of an action figure. Just put it upside down and do this. Try to see how it comes out, buddy.
Yeah.
You're pretty good.
I think it is a time so.
Yeah?
At least look like it is.
Check the silicone. All right. So I got the one profile. You can kind of see, like, looking straight on. One side's a bit curved, the other one's not so much. So I'm just going to slowly keep working this until I get it where I want.
Yeah.
All right. All right, the foot's almost there. Getting pretty happy with it. It's almost perfectly symmetrical.
Do you need another of these?
Yeah. Really actually super cool. Thank you, buddy.
Until the line?
Professional.
What did you drop here?
Oh, it's probably the dust from the primer. I can wipe it out. A lot of water.
For the cord.
Oh, okay.
So we need to figure out something for the cables for here.
Yeah. Extension cord, I'll just put it up above.
Mm-hmm.
An extension cord that goes like above here or something would be good.
They're the one that was like pushing the
Yeah.
tube.
That screen on the bottom of the sink, I wonder if there's a way to pop it out because I don't really need it to catch anything.
What?
The screen that's on the sink,
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a way to take it out. Because I don't think we really need it. We need like a slop sink.
I think the screen is nice, no? If it doesn't go shit on there.
Doesn't matter. It's to catch the other things, like you're like washing your hands, you take a ring off or something so it doesn't fall down in the tube. But we can keep it.
But it doesn't bother you there, no?
What?
It doesn't bother you, no?
No, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I just cleaned it out every once in a while when I got like a bunch of dust on my hands that built up from there. Okay. All right, so that looks pretty equal there, pretty symmetrical. Not bad. We're gonna move on to like some wet sanding. I just sanded it with 150. It's a lot of dust. I have a damp paper towel underneath. So rinse the part off. Rinse the hands off. We're gonna be able to see it a little bit better. Use the wet sponge. Got a bunch of primer dust on it, but that's all right. I'm just gonna really knock this down a little bit more, re-polish it up. I'm not gonna bother with the other grits. You just gotta get this good enough because when I hit it with a primer, it's gonna fill in all those little gaps. Yeah, so see how polished that already is compared to the other side. Barely any water on there. That makes a huge difference. Periodically clean apart. Rinse out the sanding sponge. Okay, the part looks pretty good. I can kind of see some of the high spots a little bit better now on there. And I'm just gonna use the sanding sponge and curve it in my hands to kind of match the shape I want. All right, that looks pretty good. We're gonna actually clean this off really quick. Just double check a couple little spots here and there. Looks pretty good for my purposes. It's a little bit harder to sand than the resin, so we're gonna actually prime this up, fill it up a little bit more, and see if we can kind of shape out some of that just a tad bit more once I hit it with the primer. Not much, just a little bit. All right. Okay, we got all of our parts that need the final coat of primer. For all the ones that need to be molded next, so we're gonna just do those all at once. Got this guy here, this looks pretty good. It's nice and dry. So this one, a little bit of pitting I'm noticing is coming up, so that's weird. Just always gonna double check these parts. You can see all the spots that had some pitting in there. A little bit like on the top here, those little speckles. That was pitting from something else. Probably some rough sandpaper just ripping out too much plastic. I'm just gonna go over the edges. Yeah, everything feels pretty good. We're gonna hit it with the sun primer now. Let that dry. All right, this is the primer that I'm using. High build surface primer. I'll just take you to the spray booth. Oh, sorry, studio's still a mess. And it's super loud at the spray booth, so sorry about that. Want to spray from 10 to 8 inches away. This also hasn't been used in a while, so it might be seized up, which would suck. Alright, looks like we got a seize up in this one. I got some caps that'll work for this, but I'm gonna try to use this one if I can. There we go. It's very light coats all the way around. And then this is peeling up. He's gonna sit for 15 minutes. I'm gonna grab the other part and prime that really quick with some double-sided tape. All right, got the piece here, just stuck on with some tape. I'm gonna lightly spray it. So we can kind of see some of the higher edge spots here building up. We'll let that sit. It's protected, so we can set it flat somewhere. Now we're gonna move on to sculpting the arms. All right. Set up there. So while that stuff's drying, we're gonna move on to working on the arms and the leg. So this is the leg part here. I'm gonna wait for this part actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because we have to mold the body first. But we can do the arms next. So here are the arms. Roughly sculpted everything on there. And we're just gonna use the tiny files or rasps to work this down to a consistent shape and size and whatnot. And then add more epoxy sculpt if it needs it, or filler or whatever. So a little slow. Where's that? Oh, there's things to kind of. There it is. This guy. Yeah, so the 120 works great for knocking down this stuff. You can probably use something a little bit harsher, but it might bite a little too deep. right, you can see that I'm already getting a pretty good form on this thing. We're just going to keep going until we get it exactly what we want. Kind of take our time. And we want to make this thing as symmetrical as possible as well. So when I go to cast this and make a part and component for it, it's super easy. And I can just cast 2 of them, and then we have our parts. All right, first limb's getting there. Pretty happy with that. We're going to use the triangle file right now, or the rasp, to make the fingers. I don't know if you guys can see those little fingers on there, sculpted in, nice and firm. They're pretty strong. The back end here, I'm going to sand this flat. Still using the 120 grit, working pretty well. All right, that looks pretty flat. When the electric sander gets here, it's going to be so much easier because I can just turn that on and just hold this real tight and turn it, and move it. Again, if you guys have questions or anything, I'll try to look at the comments when I can, but I can't see the screen unless I peek over. So you can message me on Instagram or leave a comment on this video, and I'll do my best to answer them after this stream. So I had some people message me on Instagram with some questions. Totally fine. You can message me there. You can message me on TikTok or any of my social media. It's all under Wolf Fits. It's all the same. Okay. Flat spots. This arm's kind of thick still, in my opinion, so we're going to take it down a little bit on both sides, and then we'll go back to rounding it out. When you use a strong sandpaper like this too, always frequently check, because you want to try to avoid taking off too much if you can. Sometimes it happens, but you want to try to avoid it at all costs. Alright, looks pretty good. So we gotta switch the sanding stick, has a bit more control, and now I can see the flat edges and feel them. Not terrible, but we want to try to get those even flatter. And then we'll start curving everything and making it more concave. Or sorry, convex, not concave. You could also do this much more organically if you wanted to sculpt two individual ones and do them at the same time. The reason I'm trying to make these symmetrical is so I can avoid that step, make less molds, have hopefully less work to do in the long run, because I'll reuse these arms on other future characters. If you guys want to stay up to date too with like the more recent characters or art that I'm making, you can do that over on Instagram at Wolf. All right, we're good. All right, we're already an hour in, but we got quite a bit done, so not bad. Gonna just set a quick timer. I'm gonna set this for 10 minutes. When this goes off, I'm gonna flip those parts over, spray the other sides with 2 coats, or maybe just the 1 coat. See how thick it lays on. Let it sit for 20 minutes, and then those will be ready to sand completely and make molds of. But I have plenty of other parts to make in the meantime. Okay. Let's sand this edge a little bit too, a little bit more, and a little bit more up here. It's not flat enough. All right. So now we kind of have a bit of a like rectangle square thing going on. It's pretty good. I actually kind of like the look of this. Um, Not really what I had originally planned to do, but it does look pretty cool. So I'm going to sand it down a little bit more and see if I can kind of round this edge in another way. All right. Looks pretty good. I actually really like how these angles kind of look, but the original character has much more curves to it, so we're going to try to stick with that a bit more. I'm just going to double these edges and make them a bit more rounded. All right. I'm pretty happy with this so far. And this looks a lot better, but it finally looks like an arm. Just gonna keep sanding this down now. We're gonna wet sand it, kind of smooth it out. We're gonna attach the sleeve part, which will also be symmetrical. And we're gonna see if I can build up anything else on here to make it a little bit smoother. The fingertips, I'm a little worried about how they're gonna cast, but they might be okay. That seems pretty good. They're still pretty sharp, but not much else I can do. All right. Not bad. I'm gonna try to clamp this into a vise really quick, or actually, sorry, into a drill. I'm gonna run that and see how that goes. If that works, then I can make this super round and smooth, a little bit easier than just trying to do it by hand. So if you get a cordless drill or like a corded drill or a drill press or something like that with a variable speed, it's a lot better than having one that only has one speed. Usually that one speed is too fast if it's one speed. All right. So we got the part here. We're gonna try to do our best to prevent it from getting damaged or cracked in this process. This stuff is pretty strong, but it can still break if it's too thin in an area. I think it might just fit inside of my drill. Just take this bit out, open this as wide as we can. I think it might just fit. That's a little too wide, just a little too big. That's unfortunate. So we can make another way to do this with a Dremel. Okay, if that doesn't work, what you can do, you can drill a hole through this plastic. Try to get it as centered as you can. So kind of in the center of that X, I'm gonna drill a hole. We're gonna try to stick a nail in there, and then we'll blow this with the drill and try sending it that way. And our primer is ready to flip. So the final I had that drill from yesterday, little hand drill. I was so tired last night. I can't believe I did a stream for 5 hours. We left. I got back home, I think at like 4:30 or 5 a.m. So a little tired today. Everything's still a mess from yesterday. Right. Just using this little pin vise screw thing here. Just trying to keep it centered. And just got to drill down far enough to stick a piece of metal or like a screw. Or even guiding a bit in there. That's getting loose. All right. That's pretty good. We're going to go down a little bit further. One of the other things I could do is I could use pre-existing arms for one of my toys, but It's a little too long, like a little too bulky. So I might save that, try it out on another project, but for this one, it's a little too much. All right, we're gonna go really slowly. This drill doesn't have variable speed that you can set. It's just have a trigger, so we're just gonna go really slow. I gotta wash my fingers too, so. All right, we got a bit of a split, so we gotta be careful, back that up. So you can see where the bit hit the stone, it was too strong. I actually split the piece. That really does suck. I wish that didn't happen. But sometimes when you're trying to take shortcuts, you break stuff. So all I gotta do is just peel out the plastic that's popping this up. Quite a bit of it actually. I'm gonna stick this down with some glue. And so yeah, see how it's split? I went a little too far with the drill and I broke it. So now I gotta go back in and glue this down and clamp it. And I'm gonna take a couple minute break to use the restroom and I'll be back. I'm gonna fill it with glue and just throw a clamp on it. Can't believe I did that. Oh well, we'll fix it. Like we've had to fix a bunch of other stuff that I've broken this project. Let's drop some super glue in there and I will be back. All right, can you grab a heavy duty clamp for this? All right, here's the heavy duty clamp. I'll be back in a couple minutes. So use the bathroom really quick. Yeah, the super glue that I got today that's at the house would be perfect for this. I could literally just drop it in there and it would fill this gap up like no problem. That's what it's designed to do. But just give me a couple minutes, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. No, I'm actually gonna, yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, back. This is glued. So, super glue, fill the gap that I broke. You can see that. I'm going to flip the parts that need to be primed right now, and I'm actually going to fill another section with super glue that needs it on the top. All right. Let that sit for a few minutes. Here's the foot from before. Looks pretty good. We're gonna be able to knock that down. We're gonna flip the other parts and those will be ready for molding once those dry. Alright, so I'm just gonna grab a screw now for making like the mini lathe. I'm gonna put this one in here. Just double check the super glue. Basically dry. If you have a super glue that's not drying, put in a little bit of dust. You can just sand it off anyway, but covers it up, fills in the gap a little bit better. All right. So you got 2 screws, different sizes. We're gonna probably use this drywall screw, and just gonna screw it in tight enough. We don't want to overdo it, or we'll split the whole thing apart. All right. The main thing you want to test is if you shake it, it doesn't move. So now we can take the drill, load this in there. We're going to use the sanding block and the sanding stick with a softer grit. Sorry, I'm like, can't speak right now. Softer grit. And we'll round this up just a little bit more, mainly on the top. So it'll fit more like a plug, and it'll be a little bit more symmetrical when we go to cast it, and then we'll add the thumb. You're quiet over there. Tell you're up to no good. What are you making?
You want to eat, huh?
I got that mounted on there, nice and tight. And before you start, make sure you have everything ready to go. Fun little pro tip. Don't want to start sanding and then find out you don't have the sandpapers you need. Okay, got a piece of 360 there. All right, we're gonna just test this out. Go real slowly. Then we'll work the speed up from there. We're gonna do this dry first, and then we'll add some water. So it's already starting to get nice and smooth. It's starting to round out. This paper might actually be a little too soft. Oh man, that's amazing. Sorry, Mike's interrupting with something amazing. I don't know if you he's working on some cool stuff. I'm gonna go back to like a slightly harsher grit. Yeah, definitely be careful when you do this. Material can go flying all over the place if you're not careful, so try to be as careful as you can be. Get some safety goggles. I have some. I'm going to put them on actually because I'm not trying to get anything flying into my eye. All right. Sick. Got my divorced dad looking Oakley styled safety glasses. All right, I think this is 220. That's what it feels like. All right, getting a little bit rounder. I think I'm just gonna go for the harsh stuff. I want to knock off more material quicker. Where did I put it? Soft stuff. There's the rough stuff. All right, this is 120 grit. This is gonna take off a lot of material, so I just gotta be careful with it. Get nice and round. If we put this on a sanding block, it's going to actually work a lot better. So we got this sanding block from before, and a little bit of the glue left over on there, so it'll actually stick pretty well on the corner, like that. This hard form will be a lot easier for this to press against too and actually take material off. The opposite direction. All right, that's looking pretty good. It's almost perfectly round on the top, and then it kind of tapers down, and that stuff we'll probably do by hand to round out. A little bit more of that, I think we'll be able to get this nice and round, or at least round enough, and then I'll move on to like the next step. All right, just a little bit more. that feels perfect. That's pretty good. So that's the 120, so it's kind of rough now. We're just going to grab the softer 320 and go with that all the way around. Then I'll hit it with a wet sander, and this part will be ready for the next step. It feels nice and smooth. All right, take this off and see how it looks. We lost a little bit of one of the fingers from before I had to super glue stuff up. Not too bad though. We're gonna keep it on the screw that I have it mounted to, so I can go back in and kind of file it. But really what I was going for was rounding this off because it was a bit of a rectangle. This is a nice round peg. It looks good now. And just go over the areas of super glue, things like that. So I can hit with a file. This little diamond file, get back in there, fix that finger. Looks pretty good. All right, clean the part off. Get the wet sand going. This is just to kind of polish the part back. See where it's at. Actually, gonna leave the screw in there too when I go to paint it. Just be convenient to hold it. And just take the planks down just a little bit on the hand. All right. So great. All right, pretty happy with that. That's how I make symmetrical hands. Now we have the part for the sleeve. And we're gonna see how that fits really quick. Just gonna hold it up and see if it's gonna actually fit. It's a little big, but that's okay. It'll fit in there perfectly. Like a little peg that we made before. So that's the peg made last night. It'll fit right in there, and I think we'll be able to get the sleeve in, but I think we're gonna make another peg. This one's a little too big. And this we're just gonna let air dry for 10 minutes, and then we'll hit it with the primer. It came out great. Got the 300, let's get that in there too, just to really get all the burrs out. All right, not bad.
Yeah. But that like a hand or it's like a tool?
Could be both. It's gonna be the hand, and then I want to cast. I'm gonna put a thumb on one side after I prime it, on the like just on the outside. Then cast, make a mold, cast two of them, one side of the peg part that goes into the sleeve and all that. But
Okay. Waiting for this to dry. And that one. Sure. I'm gonna go to drink at the back. Don't drop it.
okay, this one's looking pretty good. This is the old body. Looks like there's a little bit of moisture that got on this primer. That's all right. And I'm seeing stuff I couldn't see before on the inside of the hole there. So I couldn't see that before. So I'll fill that with some putty for sand. Now the new body also has some weird pitting. I think because of some moisture, but looks again pretty good. We're gonna dry sand this just because it seems like the moisture is creating an issue. So wipe up all the water in the area. And I'm just gonna use the 300, and we're gonna just from here on out for this part, we're just gonna start going forward with using buffing sandpaper to knock hard edges down and just work really hard.
For a little bit. I will be right back later.
All right, buddy.
Do you know my hat was around here?
Your what?
My hat.
Your hat?
I have the Montana one.
Oh, it's yeah. I don't know. It's find it. There it is. Nice and dusty.
Go to the web, head down.
All right, buddy.
Head down, pick it up. Yeah.
All right, so the primer that we use is really nice. It does have a good fill to it. It's a high fill. But I'm just going to go really lightly with my hand because it seems like some areas had some contamination that didn't get perfectly coated. So we're just going to go at it really lightly with this 320, or sorry, 360. And I'll actually probably go up from there like to 400 if I need to. We're gonna make a mold box for this part. We'll make some silicone. And then we'll make a 2-part mold. So this will take, this full process is gonna be about like an hour for this piece. We're gonna drop a couple parts at once, and then maybe we'll do some other drawings or some package ideas or whatever I can kind of think of to do in that time if you guys want to hang out, or maybe if you guys want to check out on like another platform, we can do that. But I'll probably have the actual full toy ready like by, I don't know, probably in a couple days at this rate. If I keep doing it a little bit every day, I think I'll actually be able to get the full toy done, which is pretty fast for a toy to go from like idea to finished piece. I'll at least have the sample made, and I'll probably want to make other molds that are good for production if people actually want to get one. But the idea is just to make it for fun. I don't know if I want to sell them. If people want to buy one, if enough people ask, then I'll make a run, or like a pre-order run or something. But I don't want to make a lot of toys and have them sit, because that happens to me a lot. So try not to do that anymore. Not a lot of space to keep them is all. And I'm also dry sanding just like because, like I said, the moisture, but I feel like I can get to a really fine polished finish with this specific primer we used. I'm a little impatient, so that's also a factor when it comes to making stuff. If you're impatient, you want to use stuff that works quickly and fast and allows you to work as efficiently as possible, but you definitely got to try to take your time with some things. The primer is one of them. She'll let these parts dry a little bit longer. They felt dry to the touch, but she'll let them dry a little bit longer before we primed them. Luckily, it's not too bad. It's not really the end of the world. And when we do the two-part mold, I'm just going to make the mold first, and then we're going to decide where I'm going to actually put the sprues in the end. I might glue on a few to this one. We'll see. I just got to make a couple copies of it to kind of figure out the face details and all that. Yeah, but this primer is definitely a lot better than what we were using last night. Much smoother, much higher fill. Really great stuff. All right, that feels pretty good. Got a little PVA soft through the center. Wash it, properly dry it, make the mold box. I'll show you how to do that. We're gonna use some clay on that next step to kind of make a nice, secure bed for this to sit in. And I'm interested to see how this goes. I haven't used this specific silicone yet for a two-part mold. Usually use a different brand I'm more familiar with the results of, but sometimes you gotta experiment a little bit and try new things. Or work with what you got. Still feels a little rough in there. Marker I had the other day. There it is. All right, a couple high spots I'm noticing that I gotta do something about. Looks like there might have been some moisture in those spots. It's a lot of back and forth, just every time you do a project like this. Check it, see something's not working, check it again, see something's not working, fix it. A lot of that. That looks a lot better. Still not perfect, but for our purposes, it's pretty good. And just double checking some areas I'm seeing. I run into some areas that are a little too rough, so just gotta wet sand those out. I thought I was gonna avoid that, but I think I gotta wet sand some of these out. Yeah. And I'm barely touching the part. I'm just letting the paper do the work. Barely clean the paper. Okay, that's not working very well. Something's tearing the primer from underneath off. So I think what's happening is that there's too much contaminated dust underneath this coat. Even though I washed it, I think there's still like a very small amount. So we're just gonna get this sanded as flat as I can to plastic. Still not feeling right. All right. That's all right. We're gonna work with what we got, I guess. And go from there. It's a real bummer that's not dried enough. I think this primer needs to sit longer to cure. So you guys can see those lines in there, like those long lines, those shouldn't be there. So I think the primer's not curing long enough, or there's too much contaminants underneath because it's eating up the black primer, but also not really feeling very well. I don't know. It's a whole thing. Every project there's something tricky that happens. This one just happens to be an issue with the primer. I'm gonna get this 600 grit. We're gonna dry sand again, see if I can do that instead. I don't want to use anything too harsh. Let's try some just like 220 actually, just to sand this side down. Or use like a sanding block or something like that. All right, actually, yeah, we got a nice soft sanding sponge here. I'm gonna try that. It's dry. And just letting the sandpaper and sanding sponge do the work. Just running it across the top. I'm not putting any pressure. Much better. Looks a lot nicer already. All right, well that's, while I'm doing that, I should do something else really quick that it doesn't require a lot of sculpting or anything. We're gonna use the Tamiya putty. We're gonna fill in some gaps on the foot here on the very top. Just fill those in. Just a couple spots I noticed that the primer didn't hit. And yeah, we'll just get those in there. And we're gonna just work them in. My finger got a lot of dust on them, but the main thing is just make sure those get filled in nice and even. That looks pretty good. I'll let that dry while I'm sanding this, so I feel like I'm actually making progress. Alright guys, if you could too, if you're just tuning in, definitely make sure to like the video. I think last night we got up to 16, which was awesome. I'm still trying to break 20. That's the current goal and record for live streams for myself. And if you know anyone that's into like toy design or anything like that, definitely share the video. The watch time and stuff is one of the biggest hurdles when you're trying to start a YouTube channel to get monetized. And once that happens, I'll actually be able to do more projects like this, but more in depth with better quality materials and whatnot. So really do appreciate you guys sticking around, trying to learn some stuff and joining the community. I also have the Discord server, which was private. It's still private, but if you guys want to join that, you can message me on Instagram and I'll send you a link to join it. There are rules, but we have stuff like going on with art and toy creation and just kind of general whatever. It's just a creative Discord for my like YouTube channel and other social media. A lot of people on there make some really cool stuff, and definitely a super fun and positive place to kind of hang out and share ideas and learn some stuff. Got a little bit of pitting here that's really noticeable from the primer eating into that. So we're just going to hit those with some Tamiya putty as well. We'll just wipe off the dust in that area. A little bit of water. All right, that looks pretty good. Grab a dry paper towel. Make sure it's dust free. Wipe all that stuff up. Okay. So again, if you're just joining, if you want to see what the figure I'm making looks like, I did post it to my story on Instagram. That's @WolfBits, just like the YouTube channel. I do plan to do more live streams coming up where I'll have like a interface where you guys can see other photos and things like that. Be a bit more interactive, and then I can see what you guys are actually asking for questions and comments on screen. If I'm just using my phone, we're just live in the studio, in the art studio, so a little different. All right, got the Tamiya putty and all the spots it needs to be. Just gonna wipe that in there. Just try to get it nice and flat and spread it before it dries. Really making sure it gets in there. Filling over the whole model. All right, that looks good. So it's gonna dry. We have this other piece here, which we saw on the inside. There's some issues. You see a little bit of cracking of the primer. That's again a moisture issue, or I laid too much primer on, one or the other. Looks like I laid maybe a little too much on the side. The spray booth I have is very small in the studio, so I can't really stand the appropriate distance away. Ooh, sorry. Because it just doesn't work, unfortunately. So one of the drawbacks of the smaller spray booth, but making it work. All right, so got that filled with putty. Got that stuff filled with putty. Just going around, making sure it's nice and pressed in there. That's pressed in there now. We'll let that dry for a few minutes. And we're gonna move on to, I think we're working on the foot, no? Yeah, foot's probably dry by now. Let's see. Yep, foot's nice and dry. Got this dry sanding sponge, and we're gonna go and sand all this stuff down. just to kind of see where the high spots are. We're just lightly sanding this. Nothing too crazy. Take some of the 360 and just go over it very light. All right, again with the dry sponge. This is where I'm going to put a little bit of pressure just to kind of get the form right. I got all the areas pretty much knocked down. This will be ready for making the mold box in just a minute. It's going to be a simple dump mold. This doesn't need to be super fancy either. So we're just sanding all the way around it, make sure it's smooth enough for all the things that we're going to do to it. This is much harder to sand and carve and shape than resin is. And I like the shape of the foot so far. It looks pretty good. I think the overall piece looks great. The styrene's well blended in on there at this point. Barely feel it. Just a little bit of an edge here. Not much, but just a little bit. There we go. All right, so that's the foot ready to go. We're gonna dry this one off or clean it real quick with some soapy water, pat it dry, and then we're gonna make a mold box. So I'm gonna do that right now. We're gonna grab some of the parts that are gonna be basically ready in a second to do the same thing. Those main bodies are gonna dry a little bit longer, and then I'll make the mold for that while I'm doing this. Those are gonna be 2-part molds. This is gonna be a singular dump mold, and then we're also gonna get the hand primed really quick, and we'll move on to making all like the molded components. Okay, so we got this one cleaned off. It looks great. Show you guys real quick before I set it aside. And we're gonna make the mold box for it. So that's the part. Looks pretty good. Those gray areas are areas that need to be filled in. So it's good to go. We have over here where we're gonna do the mold box like we did yesterday. We're gonna make this one just like a simple square. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. And if you have things that are the right size, where you don't need to cut anything down, use that. Or we're using other things. So I have these little cups here. We're just gonna do a test. I could do it, but it's not quite perfect yet. No, I need to cut that, so I don't want to do that. Let's try. It was about the same. All right, doesn't look like I have everything that will perfectly fit in the studio at the moment, so we're gonna make another mold box like we did last time. All right, got a piece of plastic. Here's a scrap piece. Not super important. But we're just gonna get the general shape of what we need and make some walls and pour some silicone. We're gonna set this up first. We're not actually gonna pour the silicone yet. We're gonna mix all the silicone that we need for each one of these molds. And then we'll go from there. So got our part, not too bad. We're gonna glue a little piece to the bottom and then glue that on something else so we have something to sand off. It's a little bit easier to work with. And I'm just using scrap pieces I've kicked around on the table. Scrap piece. This is the one we'll probably like glue on and just to do some detail stuff. The main reason I'm kind of drawing around it is because I want to make sure I have enough, at least this much silicone around the entire thing. Doing my best not to waste any material when I can avoid it. Okay, gonna sand these edges down. Okay, that's pretty good. Scrape off all the fuzzy bits. Alright, that'll bond nicely. Just use a drop of glue, and then another drop, and then we'll build the walls around it. This one will be done. You don't want to use so much glue that it actually goes around the edge. It ruins your sculpt. Just enough to keep it in place. That's it. That's all I need. And then I'll just cut this down straight as I can. Okay, that's the stack right there, bottom of the mold box. And we need the walls to go up a certain height. So I usually grab my scrap styrene and put the pencil on top of the part and mark that way because it's usually high enough. But in this case, it might be a little low. So I need pieces this wide all the way around. Okay. All right, I'm gonna spray this real quick before I forget, so it has time to dry. Just the hand. We'll be right back. All right, got that sprayed, gonna let it dry. I'm seeing some imperfections, see those little cracks in there. Boys, we're gonna fill those with putty once this is dry. Then we'll sand it. All right. Gonna really let this one dry for a good like 10 or 15 minutes. It's gonna be plenty of time to build the mold boxes, sand down the putty from the last part. And then this one will also go into a mold box, probably flat like that. Got to see how the peg's gonna go in first. But I'm gonna finish a few things before we can even do that. I'm gonna hang this part on the tripod so I can know where it is. All right. Okay, just like before, we have the two parts. We're gonna sand it as flat as we can. These don't need to be this perfect, but the more prep you put into your molds, the better they're going to be. And we have some uneven surfaces here. So the length, these are already like a little long anyway, so we can sand these down as well. 2 parts here. Ready to go with the smoothest side. This one has some glue damage on it from another part. So we're just gonna not worry about that piece. And we'll use the other side of it. Spread some glue on the edge. Nice and thin. And just line this up where we want it. Let the glue do the work. Alright. One wall. Maybe the same thing on this side. There's going to be plenty of room and space for this. So I'll actually be able to save quite a bit of silicone. It's really not going to be much. That's why I'm waiting to do the next part and components to get those mold boxes ready before I pour this. There's no point to make a batch that's going to have too much in it because the amount I need is so small. So it's always good if you're doing toy projects or any project really that requires silicone that you actually just plan it out to be as simple and thin as possible and have multiple mold boxes ready to go at the same time. So you can just drop them all at once. I'll probably still reinforce these with some tape after they dry. Boom. So I got the sides there. See all that glue, extra glue I had. I just dropped it down there because I know I'm going to fill that in with another mold wall. That's going to be about this thick, but we're going to cut it down because it doesn't need to be this big. And it's alright if it's a little tight, but you don't want to break the part you're working on, so. Send down a little bit more. Alright, perfect. Got our mold walls where we want them. We're going to just drop a couple hits of super glue all the way around. That'll be that. Alright, it's a pretty thick amount, so we're just going to spread that down. It's another reason it's good to get the part off the floor if you're doing quick little molds like this. You don't want to accidentally get in a situation where you have a part that gets all messed up because there's super glue on the sides. You can't get the casting right, so just take your time with it. All right, who we got? We got 2 people. Appreciate you guys sticking around watching these videos. It does mean a lot, actually. This is a little small. All right, that looks pretty good. Got some masking tape on the seams that I can. I'll mask those over so they're nice and secure. And that's ready for when we're going to drop silicone. We're going to sand the master bodies next, and then we're going to make the mold beds for those and the mold boxes. Those will take a little bit more design and planning because those are really important parts. It's a 2-part mold, but we also want to make sure we don't use all the silicone. I don't have much of it, but I should have enough to do the master body. The main body I want to do, if I have extra, I'll do the original, like, extra wide body design. By the time I'm done doing those, then the arm will be ready. So it's literally just going to go in sequence. So everything's going to be pretty quick from here on out. So I know it's slow going. There's no music. I know it's like I'm not talking as much as yesterday. I'm a little tired from trying to talk so much yesterday. For 5 hours is a long time. And it also makes it a little harder for me to concentrate. So if you do have questions, like I said, you can, feel free to ask them. I'll do my best to keep checking back periodically to see if questions pop up. So here's one mold box done. It looks pretty good, actually. I'm happy with that. There's enough tape here, so it's not going to really leak too badly. If it does, it's not the end of the world. There's like little pockets I made to keep that nice and secure. So, little mold box, good to go. Want to keep it nice and flat and level if we can too. So it's something to consider when you make a mold box. You don't want it to be all over the place. All right. Mold box, ready to go. All right, this is the original body, like the big one, the big wide one. And then the other one is the smaller body. Just gonna take this off real quick, nice and light. Okay. So that could probably be filled in a bit more. Just gonna keep filling it in. Okay, that's not bad. The hand is probably dry by now, so I'm gonna fill that in too. Just gonna go over all the big seams and just really try to cram that stuff in there. Get some more fresh stuff, put it on. It's okay to coat these parts with a lot of this if you need to, if you're not really sure you got enough in there. It's better to have more than not enough, in my opinion, because you can send it off. You always can send it off. And you don't need to use your finger. I'm just trying to rush through this stuff to move on to the next couple steps. I don't want to be here until 4 a.m. But I would like to get some progress done, so. All right. All right. So that completely coated. So looks good. Gonna hang that to dry again on the tripod so I know where it is. Just got like a little wire holding that in place, keeping that out of the way. All right, this is gonna dry as well. All right, we're gonna let this one dry probably for about 20 minutes. I'm probably not gonna be able to mold this one tonight. All right, this one had only a couple small blemishes on it, so we're just gonna take those down just up here on the top, a couple of random spots. Hopefully it doesn't need more. It might, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, we got this part finally perfect. Everything's good on it. I'm super happy with it. I'm not feeling any imperfections, just double checking everything. Feels pretty good. I hit this area a little bit more, just lightly. But yeah, it looks pretty good. This is ready to get the mold box now, so this is probably what a lot of people have been waiting for. This is probably the easiest part of this whole process, to be honest with you. There's a ton of ways to make mold boxes, but we want to make one that fits the shape really well. So we're going to make like a triangular mold box. I'm probably not going to try to match the curves exactly because that's just a nightmare. But if you 3D print your mold boxes, I do recommend that because that's pretty easy to do. And I also want to plan where my sprees are going to go and where my vent is going to go. So I'll probably design it inside the mold box, make it a little bit easier. We'll have a little piece here, probably out of clay, where it'll vent out from the top, out, and then a pouring spout on a flat spot, like up here, where the legs will end up going anyway in the future, so it doesn't really matter. I'll wash this with soap and water. We're gonna let it air dry. I'm just gonna check a few other spots that might need some detail work. Looks like we're good. So, next part. All right, we're gonna set this off to dry. Here it is, ready to go. So we're setting this over here. It's gonna dry. Gonna let it naturally air dry, and then we're gonna figure out the mold box. We've been going for a little while, so if you guys want to keep going, let me know. If not, also let me know because then I can just turn this off and do this a little bit faster. I do like doing the live streams, but they are kind of a lot of work. It's a little tiring. I'm just not sure if you guys are actually learning anything or like, I don't know. Second guessing the live streams tonight. Hey man, all right, cool. I appreciate it. We got one person down, then I'm down. I think it's gonna work. What a bummer. Get my iPad to work, then I'll do it from there. All right, got some music. A little bit better, right? I hope so. Workstation's a complete disaster. No big deal. Double checking this hand part real quick. Gonna do this one as well. Just real fast. All right, so this is the hand part from before. It's gotta dry a little bit longer. Still a little green in some spots. I'll let that chill for another 10 to 15 because that was kind of thick on there. No big deal. Let's start this mold box. All right, I'm gonna move all the water that can spill out of the way. Wipe up the dust. Man, I gotta clean the studio. Probably do that tomorrow. Okay, so we're gonna use a thick sheet of ABS style plastic or styrene. I'm gonna clean it off, get it nice and ready to use. We're also gonna grab some clay. There's a ton of clays you can use. I personally find that the soft clay works really well. I like being able to cut it into strips. Alright, I don't know where mine went. I know my ace has some, so I'm gonna have to borrow some of his. Still looking around. Hang on. There it is. Okay. It's a plastiline clay. I think you guys have probably seen me use this stuff before. It's very useful. I'm gonna do a quick measurement of the part. Okay, 3.5 by 3. So 3.5 by 3 is the general size. So we're gonna do something generally in that size. So we'll go up about 1/4 of an inch, giving us enough space to do everything we need. Luckily, this ruler has about 1/4 of an inch added to it. It looks like. Yep, so 3.25 inches, 3.75 inches, and 3.25. Sorry, I've been working a lot in millimeters lately. I'm getting fucked up. There's more than enough space to have a nice clean mold and mold box. We just want to take our time cutting this one out. I'm going to use a new blade if I can find one, or snap off a new blade. Cut this nice and squared up and just make it nice and clean. Take my time with it. The snap piece for this blade is somewhere in this pile. So if you ever lose it, what you can do is you can take a pair of pliers like this and do it away from your face. And you just turn it like that. Breaks off. You got a sharp new blade. Or at least a sharp new point. You guys doing anything fun for Halloween? Watching any good spooky movies? Doing something? I really like Halloween. All of October, I normally do a lot of cool stuff, but since I've moved, just meeting people and stuff has been kind of difficult, and I don't know. It's been kind of weird adapting, so I haven't really done anything this year. All right. So it's pretty clean looking now. We're gonna just snap this real quick. This is ABS, so it snaps a little differently. I want to really get it working. All right, not bad. So it's square enough. I think this will work for us. It's not perfect, but it'll do. Now the part is almost dry. Okay, we're gonna just use this as a point of reference really quick. We're gonna trace it and we'll let it keep drying until we're ready for it. And I thought I was gonna do like a triangular mold, but I think we're gonna try to stick with this as much as we can. I might trim the side off, we'll see, but I wanna make sure that there's enough. Looks a little short in my opinion, to be honest with you. Yeah, this one's a little short. We're gonna make another piece a little bit longer, a little taller. I think the piece got cut at an angle. Yeah, it did. Not a big deal. We're gonna do it just like this. There we go. Yeah, it's good to have more mold box than less mold box. Or sorry, like mold base. And I'm not gluing this down completely to this part because we actually want to do a two-part mold to reduce sanding and to make sure we keep the shape and the perfect circle without much work. Okay, we got the general shape. I'm gonna relay on this stuff and try to get where the hole is actually, the best I can. All right, that's the hole, that's the exterior edge. Now we're gonna measure around this, make sure we have an appropriate distance all the way around. You could definitely do much more precise measurements for this process, but been drawing a lot of kind of outer edge pieces like this lately. So I'm feeling pretty confident I could just draw it close enough for what I need. Okay, so we need roughly this outer edge. We need at least that much silicone around this whole part. We got definitely more than enough room to do that. And we're probably gonna keep this square and we'll make this part up here like a triangle. So we got a nice piece here. The height of this is another thing to check out. So we'll put this back on here and just use it for height reference very quickly. So we're going to go a little bit past this. All right, so that's the height. Now this lower one. And we're just going to use this as a template for the next piece. We're going to trim off the excess. Just keeping it going. Okay, got this lined up now. And we're just going to get as straight as we can. And we're going to go a little past the line that I drew. And we'll use some super glue. We'll tack this down in place, and then we'll tape the back seam a little bit. So we're just tacking this in place with some super glue. Nothing super heavy yet. Don't want to use too much, you know. All right, that's gonna stay right there. We're gonna just let it sit for a little bit longer, and we're gonna start doing the other measurements of the pieces. So I think if I cut a few more pieces this size, it's gonna be more than enough to do the mold. Yeah, I could probably even go like connections here, connection here, kind of go out a little bit. It's not perfectly centered, but it's close enough, I think. That's not going anywhere. I could do that, probably straight on. So these are all like kind of different sizes because the piece was angled, but that's okay. So having to use scrap if you don't have a proper straight edge to go off of, all your cuts are going to be kind of wonky and weird in some spots, but no big deal. All you gotta do is sand one side flat. This is pretty good actually. Just gonna do a few drops down here. Guys, I'm telling myself in intervals about 10 minutes just to make sure that I'm staying on task and getting things done. Sometimes it's easy to overwork and overdo a simple aspect of a project like this. Making a mold box doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to get the job done because we're making another mold after this of the same exact part. So, taking my time. On some things it's fine, sometimes it's you gotta kind of move yourself along, or you'll just be doing it all day. So we got a nice super glue seal. Just making sure everything's watertight. Looks pretty good. If you're worried about that, you can put clay inside here, which I might do on some of these little angles. This clay works great for that as well. We'll cut a little sliver off and I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But one of the things I like to do is once I have the mold box assembled, I'll actually put it on top of the clay and just kind of do like a rough outline and then cut that out. gonna put the clay in first, at least a little bit of it. So yeah, see, we got a piece that'll fit here pretty well. We'll just level it nice and smooth. We want it to be as smooth as we can because the part's really just gonna barely be pressed in there. It's rigid enough where I can put some force on it. It's not gonna damage the part. And I'll show you how to use the bolts and everything to make little locking components for a 2-part mold. We have enough space in here to do corners for locking components, so I'm going to make sure that I have those in there. Pretty much around the entire part where there's going to be locking stuff. That's why I'm not doing a perfect triangle shaped mold. We're just cutting off corners towards the top to save a little bit of silicone. Honestly, it's probably not even going to save us that much, but I have a lot of things to make molds of, and I don't have a lot of silicone. And now that I'm laid off, I can't just like go buy more silicone. So I gotta make every drop count until I get more work again. Press the tape in the groove. Tape's just like an extra precaution on this to kind of help waterproof and seal it. But we got these glued down. These look pretty good. This is almost dry in there. And we'll cut the last wall to fit once we have the part in place, the bolts in place, and then we know how much clay we're going to remove. We're going to start stacking the clay, and we're just going to do it in sections and chunks. So we can probably fit a piece like that. Alright, so we got a little impression, it looks like. Almost, not quite. Let's try again down here. Just gonna press into the clay. And I'll leave a little indentation on the soft. You can see where the walls are. Okay, that's that one angle cut. This stuff also, when you're using it for certain types of silicone, you want to stick to that same style of silicone, because if you don't, what can happen is you can contaminate it, and when you go to use it, you can create cure inhibition on the wrong type of silicone. So if you're using a platinum cure, it's only good for platinum cure silicone. If you're using a tin cure, then it's good for all tin cure. That's pretty pretty standard like mold making stuff when it comes to using silicone, but a lot of people don't know. And one of the biggest questions I used to get all the time from people online was, why is my silicone not curing? What did I do wrong? Sometimes you don't do anything wrong. There's just something in the environment you're working in creating a contamination. So you want to do everything you can to prevent that. And just take your time figuring out what's in your space and how to work in your space, really. All right. So this piece is going to fit almost perfectly in here. I'm going to cut a little bit off on the corner. So it's super soft. You can cut this with really like any tool you got, but okay. Start wedging pieces of clay in places. And it doesn't need to be perfect and flat all the way around. You just need to have enough of a bed in here. And then I'll run it with my finger all the way around. You can see what I'm doing there. Just doing my best to kind of get it all in there. I'll use the scrap pieces I cut off for this usually, just to make sure the bed doesn't get weird little dips in there that it doesn't need or anything like that. But we get a feel for it. I'm trying to not make any deep crevices or voids the clay can, or sorry, the silicone can sneak into, just leveling things out. We'll just keep adding it and keep adding it, and once we get to a certain point we'll be happy with it, we'll place the part in there, and then we're going to make some registration. We're doing a 2-part mold, and we'll get some other mold boxes ready. We already have the foot ready, the hand will probably be ready to sand. We'll make a quick little mold for that, just because I want to try a few different things for this mold for the hands. I was going to wait, but I have a few other ideas I want to try, and I don't want to mess up the master. So it's good to make small molds for parts like that. We already did that for the legs last video. We made this little like tube here for these little leg parts, which I'm going to use again for multiple characters. And this is what they come out like. There's a little cutoff line that we cut in there, little angle. This is more of a tool at this point than a part. All right, we're moving along too. We're getting it done. Really appreciate you guys kind of hanging out, watching me mess a lot of stuff up. Yeah, if you guys do like the live streams and stuff and want me to keep doing them, I'm excited to get back into doing live streams, but they are a lot of work. So if you guys really are into them, I'd love to start doing them again at least once a week. Leave comments and stuff on this video. Definitely like the video if you can, share it, whatever. And just let me know what you like about the content, what you don't like, what could be improved. I know if you're coming back from the old streams, you know the old streams were a lot nicer, but I don't have that same setup right now. I do at my house, but I don't have it at the art studio. So I might do like drawing nights and stuff there again. And before I talked about doing some like video game stuff with you guys, because a lot of you do play video games, and we've talked about it on the Discord a couple times, so that might be happening this year, especially as we get into the colder months. So art, creative stuff, and just kind of having fun. bad. So that looks pretty good. I'm happy with this so far. We got to do some stuff with the part. I'm gonna be careful with touching the part. I don't have a lot of gloves left, and gloves are actually really hard to come by right now. So I'm gonna grab the part, try to line it in here. Just really see what I'm doing. See where I can kind of make some improvements, bring this up a little bit. There we go, just like that. So you can probably see we got plenty of space in here for this mold box and for this part. So we're just going to take our time, and I'm going to make this a little bit wider up here so I can make some registration. Just a little bit, not by much. And we're going to also cut down into this clay a little bit, so it's not going to be this tall. So the part will sit in here really nice and clean. We'll have just enough height on there, and we'll be able to get this done in no time. I think I ran out of super glue. No. Come on. Here we go, a little drop. Alright. Damn. Okay, I'm out of super glue, it looks like. Come on, you can do it. Damn, that sucks. Alright. I just bought a bunch of new super glue. I got to the house today, and I forgot to bring it to the studio when we went to the tattoo shop earlier. So we're gonna use the plastic weld. This guy's junk. I need a super glue sponsor. Okay, that's that. It's pretty good. I'm just gonna start cutting more chunks of clay to fit in here and fill this up. We'll go up the walls in this as well as it's curing, and then I'm also gonna go on the outside and probably put some clay or some tape. We just want this to be as watertight as we can get it. Nothing's worse than making a mold and having a leak spring in it and losing all your silicone and having to refill and waste a ton of material. It really sucks when that happens, so we want to try to avoid that at all costs. Using some metal tools to get this going. This stuff does work pretty well with heat too, so you can actually use it to kind of Filling a lot of gaps. I don't think it gets to like a liquid state, but it does get a lot softer and pliable and sticky. I personally don't like using it like that, but some people think that's the best way to use it. It's each their own. For me, it doesn't really work that well, but I have had some good like uses for it in that sort of form and stuff when I'm doing really tight seams and I just can't get it to stick. So what I'm using for my mold box, heating up a little bit is nice because it just like sticks to anything at that point. Alright, just going out on the outside, and we're gonna try to fit in this little piece of clay here by pressing it in. Okay, got that piece in here. Alright, so now we're just gonna start filling in the gaps, making this nice and level and flat as we can get it. So, got the little piece there, we'll fill this in, go around all the seams. Almost done, guys. Sorry, I know it's tedious. The timer, that's how you like can tell how much time's going by. We're probably over already like, I don't know, 40 minutes in, 30 minutes in to just this part. This is only one part. So, gotta do a few more of these. All right, this looks pretty good. I think we're pretty watertight at this point. We're just gonna go around these seams real quick. A little bit more clay. Put the part in. I'll show you how I make an outline and carve the part in. It's pretty simple. Pretty straightforward. Normally I like using just the tape because when you have to do the second half of the mold box, it can be kind of a pain to rebuild something like this. But that's why I try to use styrene sheets that are pretty rigid versus the softer ones. Mainly because it's a lot easier to rebuild the box around it pretty tight and pretty snug. It's definitely not the funnest trying to peel all this clay off after either. But it does give you like a really clean result. Okay, now that we got this house looking thing, that's our mold. And we're gonna grab our part. I'm gonna wash my hands. Actually, you know, I'll just throw a glove on. That's fine. Okay. But I do need a tool actually, which I don't know if I have one here or if it's in the sculpting drawer. It might be in the sculpting drawer. Let's see. That one's too sharp. That one is the wrong size. There we go. I do have it. Okay. I use two tools when I'm doing this. A long spike. It's got some plastic on it, so just clean that off however you can. Clean this off, sorry. Smell the plastic on the end. Don't want that in there. Okay. So this is nice and sharp. This is a tool that they use to cut holes in clay for making, I don't know, all sorts of random shit. Place this in here. The glove is actually more so for this hand that I was working the clay with. I'm actually going to grab another tool and press the wall down a little bit. Now that I'm looking at it, it looks like it's a little high. So I'm just going to grab like a clay tool, like a silicone clay tool. I'm just going to push the wall down. This one's too small. Alright, so these are some pretty big ones. These work well on mold boxes like this. I'm just gonna get the corners a little flatter. And the main reason for that, the main reason I'm gonna flatten these out a little bit is to get rid of that rounded lip. To give us a little more surface area for registration, because this mold box is pretty tight. And one of the problems with that is when you have the little lip on the side here, it's not like a 90-degree angle. You lose a lot of potential space for making registration marks for a two-part mold. I haven't done this in a while, so making little mistakes here and there, but they're pretty quick fixes, and I'm making them so you don't have to. So I'm just literally pressing it down like this on the edge, and then I'm just gonna tamp it back down. I'll go over it with my finger again and just smooth it out. But that's why the soft is really good, because this is easy to do. If you were doing this with a firmer clay, like this would not work nearly as well, and it would take a lot longer and just be a whole pain in the ass to do. So. Okay, just gonna go with my finger and level this out the best I can. I don't want any like voids or pits either in the clay because that's another spot a little bit of silicone can get into. It's not the end of the world, but again, not a lot of material. So working with what I have and just making sure I don't mess anything up. And doing my best again to keep the wall as flat as possible and reduce the angle of any buildup. Okay, so that looks a lot better with a little bit more space now. We grab our part. We're going to do the cut in. Okay, cut in is pretty simple. This part's really smooth, it's pretty rigid. We have it exactly how we want it, so we don't want to mess with it too much. We're going to place it down into the mold box and give it as much room as we can on all the edges around it. It's a little short on some sides, that's okay. We can do, there are two options. We either angle it, which that's not really working out either. Yeah, this looks pretty good, okay. So it's gonna be a very tight mold. All right, I'm just using the sharp tool that I have and just using it to outline a little section and channel along the part. And we'll use a little ribbon tool after and scoop it out, put the part in, make our registration marks. Okay, that looks pretty good. Got the part out. And you want to make sure if you accidentally clean the part to clean that off, because that will end up in the mold. Okay, we got the outline of our part. And the center part, I'm not going to worry about now. We'll drop clay in there after because we need to put a bolt inside. And you want to make sure that's nice and smooth. These ribbon tools work pretty good. They're a little heavy duty. They're kind of big, but I do like them. They're sharp. That's what you want, a nice sharp ribbon tool when you do this sort of stuff. And I'm not going to go directly on the edge. I'm going to actually pull some material from the center out first. And just pull out as much as you think you need to pull out. Some people like to go a little deeper, some people don't. It's all preference on how you like to make your molds. You'll discover that as you make your own molds and projects. I personally like to have the parts in a section where the seam will be easy to clean. Luckily, the outer edge will be very easy to clean on this. And this is just a quick mold to make a master part that I'm going to experiment and make different versions of. So don't need to get super crazy. tighter ribbon or loop tool or whatever you want to call it. And now I have enough material removed so I can follow that line a little bit better with this one. This also doesn't need to look super pretty and clean underneath where the part's going to go, so don't stress about that too much. It's not going to really matter that much. Alright, I'm basically at the bottom here, so I might just do a quick little rough test fit. Yeah, you know, we're gonna go to the bottom, because why not? Again, you don't need to go this deep. I just think I'm already there. So why stress? And I'm going to leave a little bit more material towards the front because the part is angled. So that's okay if it's got like a little bit more than the rest. Just cut it off here. Okay, all the clay out. So that's all the stuff I just took out. Looks like a lot because it's all ribboned out. And then we're gonna grab the big sculpting tool. And just try to press some stuff down a little bit, just to make it easier to get a fit. And yeah, just clean it up a little bit so there's not too much of an edge or weird bits that'll get stuck on the parts. Just remember, you have to take the other half off after you put the silicone in here. And you need to clean up all of the part after. So if there's anything that's stuck on that part, you have to clean it up. Okay, so we got a nice fit in here. We got plenty of silicone reach capability if we need it. And we're just gonna place them in there, press it down with the little clay tool again. And we'll clean off the surface. Usually I'll hit it with a mold release or like a rubbing alcohol or something, but I think we're good here. I'm just gonna make little thin strips, like a little thin bead all the way around. And we're gonna make this 90 degrees where it meets the part, or as close to 90 degrees as we can get naturally. Any debris that falls in, this has a little leftover putty, it looks like, breaking off. Sorry guys, I dropped some lemons on the ground. Thought I spilled a cup of water for a second. slowly working this in here. It's a big crevice that got left from cutting. I'm just trying to get in there without damaging the tool too much, or try the part too much. And it's a little difficult. It's not perfectly fitting in there. It's like real tight, a little too tight. Okay, almost there. Yeah, sorry this takes so long. This is why it's hard to film videos on this. It just takes forever to do. When I'm filming myself doing this stuff for tutorials and everything, or just like vlogs and stuff, it's hard for me to get good angles because of how tedious and long this process is. It's not like making a painting or something like that that has like a pretty easy to replicate process. A lot of this has to be custom made for the specific project or part you're making. So it's really hard to kind of plan for some of the stuff. All right, we're almost there though. Almost got this down. Part's looking pretty good. Almost nice and sealed in there too. So looks pretty good. I just need another tool that I can get in there with that's a little bit smaller. This one looks like it's gonna fit, so we're gonna try this one first. This is a silicone tool. You can use any type of soft tool like this to do this job. I even use these round little ball sculptor pieces here. There's a couple tools that I'll use for this. This guy right here, which like presses things down really well. And it's also like a flat spatula, or sorry, like a spaded spatula. This little round bit here, and also this ball tool works super well. So I'm just gonna go in and work on this. I'll let you guys know when I'm ready to go on the next step, because I'm just gonna get distracted. Okay. So I got the edge nice. Now I want to get the bottom nice and smooth. Smooth as I can get it because I need to make some registration marks. And without having the points of registration, we're not going to be able to actually have like a two-part mold. So I'm just going to flatten this out as best I can. So I keep like messing up with what I'm trying to say. It's been a while since I've done a live stream, so please forgive me on that. Just trying to focus on these parts. I'll do a quick little test real quick with a blowtorch. I don't recommend this if you've never done it before, but I'm pretty sure this is the same clay that will smooth out with a little bit of heat. You do this with a heat gun. We're just going to do a test with this torch because that's what I got. Come on. Just a little test to see if it works on the surface. Almost out of fuel. Okay. Let me refill this. Hang on. Okay. Refilled. Just to check this real quick, see how it did. Okay. Wasn't quite hot enough, but I'm gonna just gnarl it up and see how it looks. Because if I can do that, then this will be a lot easier. Let's bring that right there. Yeah, this one's not really. Kind of bubbles up. doesn't get soft, it kind of burns. All right. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't really, gets softer for sure. It's a little bit easier to work, but it burns more than it melts. Like that. So we're not going to do that because I don't want to mess this up. We're going to heat up the tools instead. Use this alcohol lamp here. Another great tool if you've never used one before. God damn it. I usually use this when I'm working with monster clay or like a wax-based clay, which technically this is, but I think it's just so, I don't know how to describe it. It's just so like soft that it's just not gonna work very well for this application. So I'm gonna get another tool, clean it off a little bit, best I can. I'll just go around the edges like this, and this will work a lot better. Okay, it's getting very hot. It's actually melting the nylon from my apron when I try to wipe it off. Oh boy, what a day. There we go. Okay. Come on. That's plenty warm. There we go. That works really well, actually. Okay. Okay. That works surprisingly well. So you got all like the loose pieces off the part. Just kind of got stuck to the metal, which is cool. All right, that looks pretty good. We're gonna put the center hole in now. I'll show you this. Got nice and smooth. The part's embedded. Not too bad. We're gonna fill the center hole. We'll put a bolt in here. We'll put a bolt here, one here, and if we can fit one in this tiny little corner, we'll do one there. And we'll have a nice 2-part mold ready to go. I actually have a round piece that's going to probably fit this really well. Sorry, not a piece, a tool that I made, so that should be fine. It's actually one of these little lead parts, which would be great to tamp this down. Fits pretty much perfect in there. So it's a bit of a tight fit, but it does fit nice. Just pressing this down nice and tight. And we gotta make it nice and level, as level as we can get it. So you have the marker tool, which I was using before. I'll probably just put that on there and just twist it around on the edges, keeping it as straight as I can. And then using this part you get a nice, clean, flat floor. Just rotating it around. That looks pretty good in there, actually. I do say so myself. All right, the last bit. Let me grab one of these clay tools again, clean them off, get all the dirty clay off. That could be contaminated, anything like that. This is basically the size I need, so we're just gonna rotate it around on that wall, getting off as much waste clay as I can. Okay, that looks pretty good and flat, but just to make sure, got this flat bladed part, we're gonna just scrape around the edge here. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Nice and flat in there. You can see that. And now we're gonna do the bolt, which is gonna be a really tiny piece. We're gonna go probably with the smallest ones I got. We got a couple different sizes. I just use these nuts when I'm doing these little pieces of registration, or I use bits of styrene, metal blocks, screws, or whatever. Not screws, sorry. Unthreaded rod, or like hexagonal tools or anything like that. Those work super well. Like even the back of a drill bit, like this little piece here, got the little like hexagon shape. These work great. Yeah, super messy workspace. It's normally not like this, but last night we did a 5-hour stream, and I was working until well past 3 a.m. So gotta be clean this week, but it will be clean this week. Okay. Yeah, for you guys who are just joining the stream and you want to see the toy that I'm actually working on, it's on my Instagram, also under Wolf Pits. You can check that out. Okay, so I got the parts here. I'm just going to grab a pair of tweezers, make this a little bit easier. Right next to all the other stuff. And that's for that one. Okay. All right, so you can use whatever you want for tweezers. I got this little collection of a bunch of different types of tweezers. Great for peeling tape off and stuff like that when you're painting or placing really small parts. So in here, you can see we got a little bit more room on this side than this side. That's okay. We're gonna do a bolt here. We're gonna do one up here, two here, one here, one here. And then this edge here, if I can get it in there, I might try to fit a very tiny one. So I'm just gonna place these in here as straight as I can. Can be a little tricky. If you're really good at operation, you'll be great at this. It's like operation, but the reverse. All right, so that's in there. We're gonna use again the part that I made, like a tool. We want this sunk into the clay just a little bit. We're going to rely on this piece to create an interlocking part for the 2-part mold. And I use a larger bolt there because I think it was just a better fit. These are going to be a little too short. Need a nice long, there we go. These will work perfectly. Nice long tweezers. And these have, the reason I like these, they have a little flat edge on them. So they're a little bit easier to place in different parts of your actual mold. But you just want to place them there. You don't want to try to push them down with the tweezers because you're just going to end up messing up the clay. So I get them in there and I try to press them down. Either with my finger, or if they're really hard to like get down there clean, I'll actually use like another tool that's flat and use that to push in. Just depends though. That one doesn't fit there. That'll fit here. And I'm trying to put enough of them to get a good lock on the mold, but it doesn't need to be all over the place. You don't have to use every possible size. Just use the ones that best fit the project. Sometimes it's the really tiny ones, sometimes it's the big ones. Another option is, like I said, you can use styrene rod. Like I have styrene rod right here, and you can cut little squares off and you can use that inside. Some people really like using this. I like using it for certain sections. Like this little long bit here would be great for that, so we'll cut a little piece off and I'll place it in there. But we're just gonna rough cut it off with some nips, some flush cuts, whatever you want to call them. There we go. I want the edge to be pretty straight, so we're gonna sand that down too. And clean it off, we'll place it in there. Okay, looks pretty good. If you're worried about it, hit it with the torch for a second. And you can press it down on a cool surface, get nice and flat, and then cut off the flashing from that. And I'm just gonna peek over. All right, we got 3 people watching. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you hanging out. If you haven't yet, definitely try to like this video if you can before you head out. Helps me out a ton. I really do appreciate it. Okay. A piece of rod here. We're gonna place it in with a tweezer. We're gonna be able to get it to fit in there nicely. It's pretty good. Back a little bit. Yeah, just like that. You grab a bigger tool with a flatter spot and we'll press it in. If you want to go overkill, you can use these super tiny ones. But honestly, I don't think they're gonna do too much. You also want to make sure that these are straight. If they're crooked, you'll create a mechanical lock, and trying to remove those afterwards are going to be nearly impossible. So level and straight, that's what you want. Just doing a little cleanup work. I'm just going over my seams again, just making sure they're nice and packed in there. And then just kind of scraping off some of the excess clay. It's good to go back and just double check, make sure you got a nice clean seal. And then also, if there is extra clay, just try to remove it if you can. There's no point to have extra clay just to fill in space when you can make your mold a little bit more solid or secure or clean. Just remove the clay. As long as you got a watertight seal, it doesn't really matter. Alright, and this is also a very weird shape. We could drop in like water and do all that and then wait for the mold to dry, but that would take like a whole day with this clay. And sometimes this clay actually dissolves in water. So if you're unsure, it's good to use like something repeatable, something that's cheap, like rice. I happen to have a ton of these meltable plastic pellets, and they're about the consistency of really thin, tiny pieces of rice or grain, like that. We'll pour these in, we'll pour them in a cup, we'll get a rough estimate of how much silicone we need, and then we'll obviously be doing a little bit extra. We got a couple molds going on, so pour that in real quick. These do bounce everywhere. They're made of HDPE, which is nice. So they're not going to stick to anything, but kind of a lot. Decent amount. Spread them out. I'm not tapping them down. I'm just pressing them like flat. Okay. That's a pretty good estimate there. We made a tray, drop them in the tray, and then put them in a cup. All right. Got a little tray. These will bounce, so you just got to be careful. Okay, a lot of these stuck into the clay. A lot more than I thought they would. They normally don't stick in the clay that much. That's okay. Just tap it on the table, and it'll come out. Maybe I have to tap it a couple times. Wow, a lot of these stuck in the clay. I was not expecting that. They normally don't stick in the clay. Might be too warm in here. Yeah, if I tap it a couple times, they'll come out. Try not to touch the clay after we have everything set up. Okay, I think that's all of them. All right. If that was rice, that would have been a nightmare. All right, just double checking. All right, got them all. All right, we're gonna grab a cup with some measurements on it and get the amount of silicone we'll roughly need. Okay, these cups have measurements on them. We're gonna use that. Gonna grab a piece of paper, make a little funnel really quick, and just pour these into it just to try to avoid making a mess. Which sometimes is really hard to do in here. Okay. Got our little funnel. Pour these in. Okay. Okay, we're gonna need about 6 ounces of silicone. It says it's quite a bit, but about 6 ounces. So we're gonna do probably 8 ounces because we have a few other parts that are smaller. We got this little guy here. We also have this lemon guy I'm working on, which was just like a random piece that we had kicking around, and we needed to get more silicone, or sorry, get rid of some silicone because we made too much last night for the project. This I'll probably just boop, just like that. We got a lemon, so I'm gonna do that real quick on this one. Nice fresh piece of rod. Just real quick, we'll just dab some glue on the end. So why not? So just making sure I have multiple pieces ready to go before we get going with the silicone, because if there is extra, we always use it. We always find a use for it no matter what. So we're gonna let that try to stick. Too long. Hang on, I got other glue that'll hold better. Like Gorilla Glue. We'll do it next to it. How about that? There we go. Little dab. Got that on there. Stick this rod right that. Wherever it's gonna fit best. I even just lean it on the cup. Make this a real annoying mold. Just too long. There we go. Now it's perfect. Sorry guys, got a little cut out there. We should be good to go. We're just kind of getting everything set up now. I gotta sand this arm. It's finally ready. So we're gonna do that before we pour all of our silicone. We have this one ready to go with its own mold box as well. So light sanding, we're gonna do that really fast and keep moving. I don't know what that is down there. That's not good. Quickly knocking this down with some rougher paper. We're just trying to get rid of some of the bigger blemishes on the surface. Fill this with a lot of different fillers all over the place. So hopefully that took care of some of the bigger, more noticeable problems. Got this piece. Again, this is just a component part, so I'm actually going to be molding this and then doing a couple different variations of it just to see which one I like the most before I finalize. I'll wet sand this as well. Really good stuff going on here. Just knocking down a lot of stuff right now, just real quick. Quick and dirty, rough sanding. And then I'll move on to the sanding sponge to get a much more polished look and finish. Just rotating it, trying to keep it round too. I don't want to accidentally knock out too much material and make it a weird size or shape. Okay. Just nice and wet. Looks pretty good. Okay, that looks pretty good. Happy with that. Okay, we gotta just take the screw out. Grab the screwdriver. Actually, this will come out by hand pretty easily. Not too bad. We'll sand this smooth, and then we are gonna grab a little piece to mount this to, and we'll be good to go for a mold box. Okay, looking for this one. Triangle file, get some of it out of the fingers. Not too bad there. Go back in here and just wet sand, very light. Okay, clean the part again. All right, that's the part right there. It's looking pretty good. It's smooth enough for our purposes. It doesn't need to be any smoother than this. There's no imperfections I can feel on the surface when it's wet. So, it's pretty much ready to go. We're just doing some final touch-up spots on the bottom here where it's going to connect. There's going to be a little peg on this in the future, so I'm going to just make that right now. And then we'll actually put this into a box for molding. It looks pretty smooth there. It's got a little more material off the bottom. Just have a nicer bond. So a little bit of material off the bottom and we'll repolish it. All right, clean soap and water. And we'll get all the moisture out. Okay, so these fingertips definitely are going to be a risk of getting bubbles without pressure casting, but we're going to take that risk. because we can just carve them out and do all that stuff if we need to. This is just to make a part, but I need to make a bunch of them to do some experiments and to sculpt on and just do a couple different versions of this character. Okay. It's nice and dry. Got a little spiky tool again. Should probably learn the professional names for some of these, but little spiky tool sounds right. Alright. That doesn't look too bad. We got that pushed in there. Now, if you're worried about moisture, like a little bit of water or something like that, but everything else is super bone dry, what you can do is you take some clay and you can shove it into different areas that are going to possibly give you problems, like this little hole I have up here. Just going to mash, whatever. Put a lot of clay in there. That's what I'm doing. Okay. That's sealed now. Good to go. Okay. All right, we'll wipe off all the clay. You can actually see the full construction lines of how I made this with styrene first, then use epoxy sculpt. That's kind of a neat little thing. I kind of like that. I'm just going to go over again real quick with the file, very light. We're not going to get a lot of these scratch details. They're just going to not capture. They're so fine. They're basically polishing it as well. So here's the part. It looks pretty good, but now we got to mount it to something so it's a little bit easier to pull out afterwards. And I'm thinking a piece of this rod here, just stuck in like that, will be pretty good, but I am worried about it possibly having an issue trying to come out, so we might even make this a little bit easier on ourselves and make a simple cup mold using one of these cups. So these little cups here, these are kind of perfect if they're tall enough, which they happen to not be tall enough. So we're gonna find a taller cup and we're gonna make a mold out of that, I think. I think I got some cups somewhere a little bit taller. Okay. Ooh, just not tall enough. All right, we're gonna make a mold box. That's annoying. I hate when I think I have the right parts for things and I don't need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. But what are you gonna do? It wouldn't be a night in the studio without that. Okay. So we need the height, the width, and we need to get material to cut it. So this is gonna be the height and the width. We're gonna cut it, make a bunch of them, tape them up, glue them down, do whatever. Where is my ruler? Whoever made the comment about the Massey desk, I know you said you like it, but it's pretty bad when you gotta find things quickly. Alright. Well, my regular ruler that I need is missing. Oh, here it is. Buried under everything else. Alright, we're gonna make this as square as we can, but none of these scrap pieces have a single straight edge to them, so. Okay, got that to work, I guess. I need to get some sharper blades. I can't cut anything clean right now. Okay, scrap pieces. I'm gonna glue this to a scrap piece like that. And a little tired, a little irritated of this process right now, to be honest with you. Okay. Seal that again. Make sure there's no clay in the bottom. The super glue will eat through the clay, so I'm just pressing it in a little bit more. There we go. Okay, just gonna glue 2 more walls down. Make them nice and secure. And hope this stays together, because this is just being real fun and inconvenient right now. And none of the glue is staying in place. I love that. I love that for me. That's great. Oh, I don't want to do this anymore. All right. This glue is not sticking at all. So it sucks. Oh, the fun of making molds. All right, we're gonna try something else that's a little bit different that I have done before and it does work, but the glue's not sticking. This glue takes too long to dry, and I'm impatient. I just want to mix silicone and move on to the next steps already, and so do you. I can tell. All right, so we're gonna take off all the excess up on here because gel glue sucks. Anyone that uses gel super glue sucks. Just kidding. If you guys use gel super glue, you're all right, but everyone else, they suck. Alright, so we got all the wet super glue off the best we could. Just check the parts, make sure it's safe. Okay, we're gonna use the same clay we just used to make all the walls. We're actually going to cut little slivers of it, and we're going to make a little mold wall that way. This does work actually very well. I've done this quite a few times, but you know, I don't know, this is, it's not like the best method, but this is a super small part, and I could give a shit. To be honest with you at this point. Okay, so similar process. You cut a piece off, you stick them all together. We're gonna make a box. We're gonna fuse the box together really quickly with some tools. This friggin' thing is still not even dry. God, I hate gel super glue. Whoever invented gel super glue is not my friend. Get the fuck out of here. Goddamn gel super glue. Bullshit. These also don't need to be like spot on perfect or straight, but if you can make them that way, it'll probably be a little bit easier. Pro tip. Okay. More clay chunks. Okay. These walls are going to be super thick. Again, doesn't really matter. This is definitely overkill, but I'm tired and cranky, and I just want to get this done and move on to the next step so I can finish this toy this week. Ugh. Okay, that's one side. Seems looking good. Let's press this down just a little bit, make sure we got it nice and secure. All right. Almost done with my Frankenstein mold box. Looks watertight, so should be good to go. We're just gonna go over the seams, and then that's ready for some molding. These don't really need a spritz of mold release, but if you wanted to, you could hit these with some mold release right now. Just making sure that there's no chance that any silicone is going to pop out of here, because this was a quick and dirty mold in a very quick and dirty style. So just want to double check. All right, that looks secure enough, or secure as it's going to get, probably. Okay. All right, that's the quick mold box out of clay. So we have everything we need. We're gonna mix the silicone right now. I'm gonna wash my hands, and we're gonna get everything lined up we need to put silicone into, starting with the priority piece and moving on to the secondary pieces that we're gonna be using. So ones I know we can do are gonna be 1/2 of this mold box, this little foot shoe piece, the arm, then this lemon, which is for another toy project coming up. Okay, we're good to go. We got our 2 cups here for measurements. We need to do 8 ounces completely, so we're gonna do 4 and 4. 4 of A, 4 of B. Then we're gonna mix it, and then when we're done mixing that, we'll put it into the molds. Pretty simple stuff. Pretty straightforward. All right, just gonna blast these with some air. All right, hopefully all the dust is out. Okay. So, the silicone we talked about last night. Let me turn this down a little bit, sorry. So the silicone we talked about last night, this is the Alumilite mold maker kit. Yeah, it's just the amazing mold maker is what this silicone is called. Very clever name, guys. Good job. Amazing mold maker. It's all right, mold maker. I'll give them that. All right, so we have the 4 ounce, the 8 ounce. We're gonna fill this cup up. This got some dust in it. We'll go with this one instead. Okay. So, pour into the 4 ounce mark. Normally we do these in 2 separate cups and then mix them together, but we don't have a lot of silicone, so I really want to try to utilize as much of it as I can. And I'm pouring a thin stream just to try to help reduce bubbles and things like that. We're gonna definitely have more than we need, but that's a good thing for this right now because I have other molds I can fill. Okay. Part A. We're gonna pour part B. Then we have to mix it till it's a uniform color. We don't have a lot of time, so we're gonna do this kind of quick. If you miss anything or have questions, now's the time to ask because we're gonna have about 30 minutes after this. And I gotta decide what else I'm gonna either do on camera or if I'm gonna just call it a night. Got some friends down the street at the bar. They want me to go hang out. Okay. So they come with these little popsicle sticks, like actual popsicle sticks. Not really gonna do it for us. We're gonna need something a little bit more durable than that, a little bit more heavy duty. We are going to use, if I have any left, a tongue depressor. It's a little bit thicker, a little bit bigger, a little bit easier to mix. And we're just gonna start by scraping all the sides. We need to make this a uniform color all the way through, so it's gonna take a little while to do that. You don't want any swirls, you want one consistent color. It's gonna be a really nice red color when it's ready. Just take your time mixing it. Really make sure you scrape all the sides down. Get everything nice and clean, scraped. Scrape the bottom. We're gonna need to pour this from a pretty high height as well when it is ready. That's looking pretty good, but just to make sure, just scrape a little off and just check consistency throughout. Scoop some up from the bottom. Okay. So we got a lot of complicated stuff to pour into. And we didn't degas this. We're not going to pull a vacuum on it. There's just not enough time for how quickly this sets up. On the finalized parts, when I have the face sculpted and all the joints installed and everything else, and I don't need to do any more experimentation or exploration of the figure and the toy design, I'll actually go through the process of making another mold with a different type of silicone that's a little bit more rigid than this, and it takes 24 hours for it to cure. So it's a little bit more durable and can last a lot longer. So we'll leave this spoon over here. So when this is cooked and ready, we'll know it's done when I can peel the rubber off of that little tongue depressor. So we're just gonna get a really tiny stream. Pour nice and slowly in one corner. We want to pour in the lowest part of the mold. I'm sorry, I should have moved the camera so you guys could see it a little bit better. The thin stream helps ensure that you're going to get most of the bubbles out. Okay. Once you get most of that out, you can start pouring a little bit more aggressively. I think we might just have enough to do all of the main parts. Make sure you have enough for sure. That's like a big thing. You want to make sure that there's enough silicone on the back edge. So I pour a little bit extra and over on this. Just I want to make sure this is going to be good. This is the main part I'm worried about. So that's the main one I want to pour into. We're going to do the foot next. We can definitely feel that. Okay, that's good. All right, the sketchy hand mold. Hopefully we have enough. I think we might. It's very hard to pour in the corner, so I'm gonna probably have all sorts of bubbles. Yeah, just keep pouring. Get a good amount in there, that's plenty. All right, with all the extra silicone that we have, which isn't much, we're gonna pour into this other mold I had started. Yeah, spilling it all over. Wasting it. All right. So that covers everything I need to cover for today with the molds, with the parts, the components, sanding, preparation for tomorrow. There's going to be probably just enough silicone left to do the body. If there's extra, we'll finish up the lemon for the next toy, and then also we'll do the alternate body as well. So guys, thank you for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. It's super late. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. If you guys want to ask questions right now, go for it. I'm going to be on for like another 10 minutes. Just washing my hands, cleaning up this space a little bit, and heading out of here. So try to peek over. If you have any questions, ask them now. All right. Only a little after midnight. Not too bad. Take this apron off. Take the music off. Ugh. Let's see if I can pull up the YouTube app and actually see the comments and questions from the stream while this is still up on my iPad. Might be able to. All right, let's check it out. Oh yeah, the Lego mold box. Yep. All right, so going through these questions, we got I think it's actually a tin cure, or maybe it's platinum. I don't even know. I didn't even check. I was like telling you not to mix them or anything, but no, this is a platinum based silicone. So fancy stuff. Does work really well though. I do like it. All right, I think that's about it, guys. We're about to hit 316 minutes. I'll just let it run for the next 5 minutes. Again, if you guys have questions, let me know. If not, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. If you're not following me on my other social media, you can see what I'm up to on Instagram and TikTok. Also under Wolf Pits. If you haven't subscribed, definitely subscribe. And if you haven't liked this video yet, please like this video. Leave a comment with questions or things that you liked, things you didn't like about the stream. Yeah, that's about it. Everything's looking pretty good though. Happy with the start. It's coming up pretty sweet. Oh man, sorry you missed the pour. We'll be pouring more tomorrow. Wrapping up the stream right now. Gonna end in the next 2 minutes. Can't forget that tomorrow, mold release. So if you guys are watching tomorrow, don't let me forget to use that stuff on this mold.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll probably see you tomorrow night. Peace.